Captions test. Perfect. Mic test. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's tweet that out. Let's get that out. All right. Hello, Rose Thrills. Welcome. Welcome in. Hi. How is everybody? So I have literally only played Fall Guys once before. So I'm looking forward to giving this a try. That's pretty loud. Let me just fix that a little. Yeah, that should be a bit better for all of you in the audience. Oh, thank you, love. Thank you for the tea. Just gonna... Aw, thank you. I slowly update and upgrade my model as I can, so I'm really glad when people like the upgrades. Now let's see how this goes today. Alright, thank you for the lurk, Maggie. School always comes first. How are your physics lessons going? Pretty well? Excellent. There are some problems giving you anxiety attacks, but it's not the end of the world. Yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. I'm not very good at math, so I don't think I'd do very well in a university level physics course. I would definitely have anxiety problems if I was doing it too. There's a real door. Hey, let me through. You're a visual person, so math isn't your strong suit either, depending on what it is. I'm better at geometry than I am at pure math, and I always have been. Yay! Qualified! You love geometry and graphs? Same. I've always been much better at geometry and graphs and logic gates. I'm pretty good at like computer stuff because I'm really good at logic gates, but I'm not very good with pure math. I have trouble with pure numbers and things like that. Alright. Alright, y'all need to stop pushing the boxes around so that other people can get on them too. You're just sabotaging yourselves at this point. You hate algebra? Yeah. I barely passed algebra in high school. My chemistry teacher, of all people, had to tutor me in algebra. My algebra teacher basically decided I was a lost cause on the first day of class. But then again, my algebra teacher was also a misogynistic prick who didn't want girls in his classroom in the first place. So maybe that had something to do with it. That is some good tea. I gotta drink tea more often. I'm trying to cut the coffee out. Stay in the spotlight to earn points. What do they mean by stay in the spotlight? I guess I'll figure that out. How did I end up under here? Why is it all the way over there? That's disappointing. Hi! I'm doing alright. How are you, Kib? Every time you had algebra homework, I would just stare at it and cry. You're over here, like, why are you in here? You're a letter. Yeah, that was part of my problem too. I just couldn't wrap my head around algebra very easily. Like, excuse me. Like I said, I mostly passed algebra because my chemistry teacher saw me crying over my algebra homework one day, and started helping me, because she was like, "There's no reason that anybody should have to struggle this much," and she basically said, "Look, if the teacher won't help you, like, I know you can do this. You're doing fine in my chemistry class. You know, with the right help, I know you can do this." And it really took somebody who just understood my learning style to finally get my head around it. But it's so difficult when you don't have good teachers. So I was very lucky that I did have one teacher in that whole school that cared enough to actually help me figure it out. And I wish that more teachers were willing to take the time to really help their students succeed. It's like, why do you become a teacher if you're not going to try to help your students succeed? Kind of like a problem that I'm currently having with doctors where I live. It's like, why do you become a doctor if you don't actually want to help people? I was sent home from the emergency room the other night when I really needed help, and when I got into my primary care physician the next day, she was even like, "Why did they send you home like this? You could have died. You could have died. Your baby could have died." It was awful. It's like, why do you go into caring positions if you don't care? Humans are just weird sometimes. It's gross. Oh, the character in the shark tail almost fell off there. Alright, let's see who won. I think if I do well in the next game, I might level up. Alright, match found. Now as long as I actually connect to a server this time. I was having connection issues earlier. Alright, there I am, right in the middle. Alright. Oof. That hurt. Come on. In you go. Run! Yay! Qualified! Speaking of medical issues, you have something called endometriosis. Yeah, I'm familiar with endometriosis. Your doctor said if you come to the ER one more time because of endo, you're going to have to get surgery, but the insurance isn't going to cover it if it's not essential. I have polycystic ovary syndrome, and they suspect endometriosis as well, but my provincial health care won't cover the exploratory surgery, and I needed a lot of help to become pregnant. I needed some heavy medications to make me ovulate properly, and the provincial health care doesn't cover any of that. It didn't cover medications to make my periods come regularly either. So I actually almost got cancer of the endometrium because when you're not ovulating, you don't get your periods. And if you're not using something to stop your periods, like a hormonal birth control, what happens is the lining of the uterus grows out of control and it develops into hyperplasia, which is a precancerous condition. And then if that continues, you end up you do end up getting cancer. And luckily we found it while it was still hyperplasia. But it was real close. I ended up needing surgery to reverse the hyperplasia before I could get onto meds to help with the infertility problems. Whoops, that was a mistake. Yeah. It was pretty rough for a little while there. But I'm much healthier now, luckily. Now that we finally found the problem and got it treated. But it took so many years to actually get answers. And oh, this is a hard level. Oh no. Get back up there. I can't see what I'm doing here. It ended up taking 3 years of fertility treatment, and I finally have my rainbow baby. I don't think I qualified this round. Your boyfriend has started to save money with you just in case you do end up having to get the surgery. Yeah, it's rough. I grew up in the US, and that's part of the reason it took so many years. It wasn't until I moved to Canada that we finally started getting answers. And even then, like, it was too late for some things. The damage to my pancreas and ovaries was pretty bad by that point, and I ended up developing type 2 diabetes because of the insulin resistance that comes with PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome. And that ended up damaging my pancreas to the point where I have to take medication to control my blood sugar now. I'm luckily not. Oh, I did qualify. I think no, I was eliminated. Your cat has jaw cancer. I'm so sorry to hear that. I have a cat with epilepsy. It's very hard to have a medically fragile cat. I have two cats, one with epilepsy and one with chronic urinary tract disease, and it's very difficult sometimes to know. You know, it's hard to tell if you're doing the right thing and if continuing to treat the medical issue is really giving them a good quality of life, or, you know, it's a hard life to lead when you love somebody that is medically fragile, whether that's a person or a cat. And I'm incredibly indebted to my husband for being able to stick by me through my own medical issues, my dealing with being on the autism spectrum, as well as my physical health issues, the diabetes now, and our struggles with starting our own family. And there was a while after a car accident where I was in a wheelchair, and I'm eternally grateful. I thank the universe every day for the fact that my husband has stuck with me through all of my medical and mental health dramas, because it is a very hard life when you love somebody who's medically fragile. And I just feel so lucky that I have somebody like that in my life. I do. I have an amazing husband. You're glad your boyfriend is stuck with you as well, especially since it's very stressful for him in the doctor's visits and going to the ER. Yeah, it is. It's a hard and stressful life, and, you know, I just hope that I'm worth it. I just hope that I can give back even half of what my husband gives to me every day. This person's doing really well. Tell your boyfriend I said hi too. Yay! I've leveled up. Alright. Let's do another round. I'm just looking at my OBS for a second. Good. Stream quality seems stable. I am having a good day. I went to the library earlier and put a little bit of charge on my car on their public charger while I was sitting in the library reading. And got a couple of interesting looking books to read over the next couple of weeks. And borrowed a couple of games to play. I'm thinking of trying out on stream another day. I hope you and your boyfriend are having a good day too, Rose Thrills. Alright, navigate the obstacles and race to the finish. Seems simple enough. Goodbye, Kib. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I know it's late where you are. Get up, get up! Run! Get up! Go, go, go! Hey! Qualified! Ooh, I finished in the top 50% today. That's good. I hope your time of the month is kind to you as it's this month. And I hope you're able to stay out of the ER. It's the last place anybody wants to be. I know that sometimes with PCOS, the bleeding gets so heavy that I have to go to the ER too. That's one of the reasons why they suspect endo, is because of the pain and the bleeding. Like, it's more than usual even with PCOS, and I've been in hospital. I've needed blood transfusions before because of it. Luckily, it's been a while since those days. It's not as bad since having surgery for the hyperplasia, but it's still pretty painful. I'm glad that I'm not going to have to worry about that for the next 9 months. Especially if you have to go in the ER, you'd be put into surgery. Yeah. Oh no, I missed again. Run, 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 run. Okay, now patience. And hop. No, I got pushed! Okay, you know what? I'm not going to try this anymore. I don't have a choice anyway. I've just been eliminated. Well, since I've been eliminated, this is a good time for me to take a quick washroom break and put my teacup in the kitchen. So I'll be back in a moment. Right, I'm back. Hi, Shell! Alright. Looks like this is going to be the last round, because I was eliminated earlier, so just sit here and spectate until... It's so interesting when my physical body cleans my glasses, yeah. So interesting when my physical body cleans my glasses, because my VTuber doesn't take her glasses off. That's fine, Shell. I understand that. Yeah. I'm having fun in the public lobbies right now anyway. I keep getting eliminated, but that's fine. I'm starting to learn how to play the game. I like that cat astronaut skin. I'll have to get it later. Ooh, I leveled up. Match found. This looks like the same course that I did really well in last time, so hopefully we'll see. Okay, not quite the same, but very similar. No, it is the same one. Yeah, that's perfect. Get up! Run, bitch, run! Hey! Welcome back, Maggie. Did you finish your assignment? 5 out of 7 correct? Not bad. Not bad at all. Glad to hear it. You suspect there's a glitch on the 2 you got wrong involving rounding errors on the site side? My suggestion would be to go to your professor's office hours and work through those specific problems with him. Just because it sounds like if the site's consistently having an issue with your rounding method, then either it is a site issue and the professor needs to really take it seriously, or it's a methodology issue on your part, which I'm not saying it is, but like it could be, because sometimes especially on assignments where there's a lot of math, I find that sometimes it's my method that's wrong and not necessarily the site. Like, there's been a few times I've been sure I had the correct method, but then it's turned out that I was entirely all the way off. Especially with very math-heavy subjects like physics. Come on, oh no, I didn't qualify again. The same methods applied to the questions you got right too. You'll still go to, yeah, I would still go to the office hours next week anyway. But you're done with your homework for now, so you can watch me play Fall Guys for your professor. Perfect! You know, I think this new webcam motion capture that sends from my secondary webcam into VC Face is way better at capturing my hand movements and stuff than my Leap Motion device is. But it's so much harder on my CPU. I definitely need to upgrade my computer later so that I can use the better motion tracking. I can use the webcam mocap today because I'm not running the game through my PC, because this is on my Switch and I'm using a capture card. Anyway, I'm just spectating now because I was eliminated last round, so I can sit and chat for a bit. Out of my drawer if I can find one that's not broken. Nope, they're all broken. I have some others somewhere else. Wow, I turn around for 2 seconds and the avatar just dies. That's hilarious. What do you mean I'm taking forever? I'm just spectating right now. I got eliminated in the last round. That's fine, that's fine. I didn't take it seriously anyway. I'm used to a little bit of heckling. I want to make sure that I get the experience for the levels that I did qualify in. That's why I'm spectating right now. It also gives me a little bit more time to keep up and converse with chat. What are you gonna play? I don't know. I've got catnip mouses over there. I've got catnip fishes over there. I've got the wand toy over there in the cupboard. The laser pointers are in the other room. We could also always tear up the cat tree. I'm always up for a little laser pointer. If I had a full group that wanted to play, I would. I'm a total noob at this game right now, though. That's the so right now I'm just doing public lobbies and. Do I need to add you as a friend on my Switch too? Spot, now's not the time. Do I have to add you as a friend on my Switch for you to play, or is there another way to do it? I'd rather not add people that I don't know to my Switch just now. But if you become a regular, then I can add you to the Discord, because I sometimes add people from the Discord. Here. Let me... The Discord link should be in here. The Discord link is not going to work like that because for some reason it has the... Why do all of those links have the virtual hug avatar as part of the link? Or the virtual hug emote, I mean. You still have me followed, it's been a year now. I wonder why I haven't seen you in chat much. Do you have a new username? I just don't recognize your username. But join the Discord and we'll get to know each other a little bit better, and eventually we'll you haven't changed it. Yeah, join the Discord, because I usually add people from the Discord. It's probably just my memory being crap. Oh, you don't have Discord? There's always Twitter and Facebook too. It could be, or maybe I'm just trash at remembering usernames sometimes. I did take a little bit of a hiatus last year. That could be why I'm not remembering people too. Mm-hmm. You're hidden toucan 397 on this game. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have some other people that want to join next time, so next time I play, I'll get a list of people on Twitter and on Discord. I'll collect up usernames and make a group for next time. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'll write yours down right now. Hidden Toucan 397. Caller is Austin 4567. Speaking of public lobbies, do I ever want to do Among Us public lobbies? Last time you played, they were a lot less stupid than they used to be, though it's possible you got lucky with rooms that day. Someday I do want to play Among Us again. Probably not public lobbies on stream, because people tend to get a bit gross when they in the in-game chat when they find out there's a streamer in there. But I do want to get an Among Us group together soon. I also want to get a Mario Kart group together. Yeah. It's specifically when they find out that there's a streamer. It seems to be a challenge for people in public lobbies that have open chat to try to get the streamers banned. So a lot of people aren't streaming public lobbies anymore for that reason. Mm-hmm. There was a streamer recently who got banned because somebody in an open chat on a game, when they found out that somebody was streaming, started saying some like legitimately neo-Nazi shit, and that streamer got banned, and there was nothing that she could do about it because according to Twitch terms of service, you're responsible for anything that happens on your stream, even if it's an accident or somebody who's not related to your stream team. And you know, it's kind of ridiculous that they do that, but I also see why. It's really hard to police that sort of stuff. But like when it's something really unexpected, like a public chat or something like that, you know, when it's legitimately not the streamer's fault, I don't think the streamer should be punished for it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. People are just weird like that. I don't see the appeal of trying to get people banned on purpose either. Mm-hmm. But you try to get yourself banned from games by rickrolling on occasion. That's just harmless fun. Yeah, I banned from the lobbies, not from Twitch. Well, you don't really stream much. But yeah, it's one thing to try to get yourself banned with something harmless like rickrolling and things like that. It's a totally other thing to do things that you know are offensive just to try to get somebody else banned from a service. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know. People just... I feel like the whole pandemic situation just brought out the toxicity in a lot of people. You understand that you went through a major mental health break yourself during the pandemic. There were other contributing factors, but the pandemic certainly didn't help matters. Oh, definitely. I can definitely say the pandemic affected my mental health too. And you know, that's a really common thing that I'm hearing from a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Isolating people for too long drives them crazy. We're social animals for a reason, but the anonymity of the internet plus the pandemic seems to have brought out a whole new kind of insanity. I totally agree with that. Am I having a connection issue again? Yeah, let me reconnect. There's a tier A Pokemon in chat if anybody is playing the Pokemon community game. No, you're doing fine right now, Madge. Everything's on topic, and you're not monopolizing the chat at all. You just happen to be the only one super active right now, and that's fine. Wow, it takes a long time to find a server in this game sometimes, doesn't it? Finally. Who keeps pushing these things backwards like that? I know sabotage is a part of this game, but some people take it too far. on. Move. Yay! Yay! Congrats, Shell! You finally caught it! Yay! Thumbs up for Shell! Hey Luna, how are you tonight? Congrats, Maggie! What Spot? Are you gonna bully Luna tonight? Yeah, I think I caught it too. I need a teammate. Shell said she's not ready to play today because her throat's hurting. But I already have you on Discord. I don't think I have you added as a friend on my Switch though. And I think I need to... How did I manage to do that? I just yeeted myself right off the board! Wow, I'm super smart. Your Epic account is Luna Sparkles or okay. I'm playing Fall Guys on the Switch right now. I might have it attached to my Epic account. Let me... You know what, since I'm spectating now anyway, let me switch my monitor from the Switch to my PC and see... Going to adjust a few things in my... If I bring that down, and then bring the desktop audio back up. Maybe not quite that far down. Let's see. Add you to Epic, maybe that'll... It's an autofill. I'm pretty sure that Fall Guys is cross-platform. I'll see what I can do since I'm spectating right now anyway. I don't mind seeing since I do already know you and we've played together before on other games. Grab my verification code from my email. Can't be in voice chat because your husband is streaming at the moment. That's fine. Yeah, I'm still spectating. You see it says eliminated down in the bottom corner. Oops. Where's my verification code? It usually comes in pretty quick. There's my verification code. Oof. Two-factor sign-in can be a royal pain in the tail sometimes. There was somebody in the last set of rounds that was wearing a cat astronaut costume on their Fall Guys guy. And it's so cute. I hope I can unlock that soon. Alright. Let's see. Search for player. Luna Sparkles. Ooh. I can't find you under Lunasparkles _ Uwu. Are you Lunasparkles Uwu without the underscore? Perhaps? Do I play Fall Guys often? This is actually only the second time I've played. Maybe. That's fine. I'll send the friend request here, so if you get a friend request from Cat Mallow, that's me. And hopefully Fall Guys is cross-platform, so at least next time we can play together. Because I do want to get a group together. I want to play with you and Shell and... Oh, Luna _ Sparkles Uwu. Let me go into my friend requests and see if I can cancel the one to the wrong person. That one came through? Perfect. And hopefully that will come through because my Switch account and my Epic account are connected. My Switch account and my Epic account are connected. I just don't know I don't know if it's cross-platform. I have just added it to Epic on my computer, so hopefully it says it's installing. Hopefully it's cross-platform, so Okay. Hopefully it's cross-platform enough that it'll work now. I will... But just in case it's not now, I do have it on my PC too. It's installing on the PC. And while it's doing that... You're afraid stream is gonna disconnect for a second? Yeah, it's, Twitch is funny like that sometimes. Sometimes it acts like it's about to disconnect and then it doesn't actually disconnect. And sometimes it just disconnects for no reason, with no warning. If this takes too long to find a server for another public game, then I'll back out and see if I can add Luna Sparkles to my team. You don't want to miss any more stream than you already have due to homework. Well, you're just watching me fall off a game board every 10 seconds anyway. I'm really glad that I'm meeting more stream friends too these days. I'm really glad of that, and I'm glad that I'm meeting more people that I can play games with. That's one of the things that I miss about before I had my hiatus last year when I wasn't feeling well. Was that before I had my hiatus, I had some people that I could play games with. And then I was unwell for a few months and took a hiatus, and I lost a lot of that community that I'd worked hard to build. Plus, I kind of stopped playing The Sims for a while there, and a lot of my community was other Simmers. So I kind of lost that community when I stopped playing The Sims so much. And I just miss that. I miss having people to play with and stream with. Game communities come and go. Yeah. I mean, Shell and I know each other in real life, so I meet a lot of people through her community, which is really good. She's a pretty good judge of character. I pretty much know I can trust people if I meet them through her. You know her in real life too? Yeah, she is so... She's the best. She's wonderful. No, not in real life? Oh. You meant people through her. Okay, I understand now. I'm dense sometimes. You wish you knew her in real life? You'd love her in real life as much as you love her on the internet. She's good people. You would party hard. It's always a party when I'm at Shell's place. You should come to Canada someday. Sent me a Skype message? Okay, I'll check the Skype message here in a moment. You went to BC once as a kid, loved it. It's really pretty here, especially in the summer. Oh, the lights on the dimmer switch above your computer have been flickering for a few days now? Yeah, see if the dimmer switch is in a weird position. Because sometimes when dimmable bulbs start to burn out, they can do that. So you might want to like make sure that the dimmer switch is all the way up. And I'll buy some more bulbs for that light fixture soon. Mm-hmm. Alright, it's taking forever to find a server again. Alright, now let me see. No, that was wrong. That wasn't the button I meant to hit. Invite. And sparkles. Perfect. Invite sent. Or at least it said invite sent. Turning the switch up was like night and day. The switch was almost off. Okay. You said you couldn't voice chat today anyway, right, Luna? Yay. It's a fun game. I know that you don't have, Hey, I see you! That's so cute. Is that a blobfish? Make sure I do duos. Okay. How do I make sure that I do duos? And how do I... Ready. Okay, there's ready up. It was, in the battle pass. Cool. That's so cute. Show selector. Perfect. Duo show. Perfect. Come on. All right. Yeah, Magi, if you want to learn the game and play, it is really fun, and it is on Epic Games. I know you don't have an Epic Games account right now, but it's worth it because you sometimes get free games through Epic. That's how I got If True Learn and a couple of other learn coding through Play games. And pick duos for a team. Okay. I picked duos. And there we are. I'm hoping for the Catstronaut skin at some point. I don't know if that's an unlockable or a purchasable. You'll look into setting up an Epic account sometime when you're free soon. School, paper, and housework take up. Yeah, school comes first. University level physics is hard. No problem, Shell. I said Shell. Why does captions always... Speech to text on my phone always wants to call Shell Cheryl. And the captions on my stream always hear Shell as Michelle for some reason. Come on. I can move faster than that. Is there a wall there that I can't jump over? Well, that's... You got food! I hope it's good food, Rose Thrills! How do I slide? Oh, that's how I slide. Yay! Ooh, finally made it! Pasta! Pasta is a good comfort food. Oh, that's cute! How the little Fall Guys wave at each other when they fall. This is such a cute game. The noodles and sauce are homemade. Oh my gosh. There's nothing better than homemade fresh pasta. I have to start making my own pasta again. It's like food porn. You're talking my language here. Run faster. Well, we just had pizza, didn't we, Madge? Pizza is one of my comfort foods right now. Oh no. Which one's the right one? There, I'm somewhere new now. Oh. It must be... Okay, not that one. Now I'm somewhere new. Oh no, am I back in a place I've already been? Oh no. Pizza's too greasy for your taste, plus you're going vegan. Fair enough. This one stumps most people. You follow the line that starts in the middle like a maze. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't like the cheese substitutes. I don't get to have pizza very often because I can't handle a lot of dairy. But I like it every now and then. Just the cheese substitutes. You're right. Cheese substitute doesn't taste like food. Cheese substitute tastes like plastic. Where is... Alright, I forgot my water bottle in the car. I'm not sure if that's us or... No, that's fine, Madge, but if you wouldn't mind, bringing me a fresh water bottle? We're totally out? Yeah, I thought we were totally out. I needed to wash that water bottle anyway, Madge. It was the last use I could get out of it before it needed to go in the dishy. Thanks. And thanks for the posture check. It can be hard with the avatar to tell if I'm sitting up straight or not, so it's easy to forget to keep my spine straight because it looks like I'm sitting upright even when I'm not. Thank you. Can I hand you an empty jug to refill too? Because this one's almost out. I'm just gonna hydrate real quick here too. Okay. The doubles courses are interesting. This volleyball one looks like it would have been fun. Mm-hmm. If I don't want to... Okay. Oh, I do still get my rewards if I exit. I misread it the last time. Okay. Well, now I know. As long as the round I played in is over, I still get the rewards. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, and we're still in doubles. Perfect. Hey. There we are. There! One fun thing about dealing with enemies' heroes is moving helps with the pain, but walking makes the pain worse. I mean, like, yeah. Thank you. I understand that. I do, a lot of... Who is that, and why are they just standing there? I understand that. Like, rocking back and forth and, rocking back and forth helps with, the cramps and stuff that can happen with PCOS, too. But I always struggled during my time of the month with getting enough exercise because walking and like doing yoga and things that I'm used to just makes the pain so much worse during that time. But other like small movements would help, and everybody would tell me, oh, just go for a walk, it helps the cramps. Like, no, not when you have issues with that area of your body. Mm-hmm. It's always people that don't understand the pain that want to give advice for the pain, isn't it? I get a lot of it with fibromyalgia pain as well. Like everybody's, oh, frick. Out for now, but the squad is still in it. Okay, that's good. Like, I get a lot of it with fibromyalgia too. Everybody's always like, oh, you know, just go for a walk, get some exercise. It'll help, you know. Your muscles hurt because you need to stretch your muscles and move your body. And like, no, bitch, my muscles hurt because I have an autoimmune condition that affects the way I experience pain. Almost reminds you of the claim that a walk in nature is as good as antidepressants. No, a walk in nature can be an antidepressant for people that don't have an underlying chemical imbalance causing the depression, but it is not as good as an antidepressant in and of its own. You remember when you were in high school, you'd ask the PE teachers if you could sit out when you're on that time in the month, and they'd just be like, stop being dramatic, it'll help you. Yeah. It's always the people that don't understand the pain. I had childhood asthma, and I had one PE teacher in elementary school who was constantly saying, oh, you've got no excuse to not keep up. My kids can do it. Your kids are literally the son and daughter of a former athlete turned PE teacher. Your children also do not have childhood asthma and coordination issues. Am I expecting? Okay, excellent. Like, don't compare me to your children when they have grown up in an athletic family. I am not your children. I am a medically fragile child. That reminds you, just before she died, your grandmother finally started developing sympathy for your anxiety. It was because she developed anxiety herself. Yeah. That's the weird thing is like, you know, oh, I experience it now, so I get it, and I expect you to have the sympathy that I never gave you. Bitch, please. It's always the people that don't understand the pain. Yeah, like holding an overweight. That's the other thing. I was always overweight because of my asthma and an underlying hormonal imbalance that later turned out to be PCOS, which causes excess weight gain and difficulty getting it off. And the coordination issues. We didn't know I was on the autism spectrum at the time, but autism. It's the neurodivergence that comes with autism can cause loss of muscle tone as well. And it's like I'm sitting here in grade 4, already 95 pounds, both taller and heavier than everybody else in my class, but without the muscle tone to make up for it. And y'all are acting like I need to stay in the same athletic class as these 3-foot tall, 40-pound children? No, it's not happening. Are you literally stupid? I have all the respect in the world for legitimate disability and intellectual disability, but there is a difference between that and stupidity. Stupidity to me implies an intentional willful ignorance. And intentional willful ignorance definitely describes that PE teacher. You bought some Sailor Moon emotes? Nice! You wanted more vibrant ones, but these ones are also adorable. You couldn't find what you wanted in vibrant, so you're happy with these. They're also under $10. Nice! You couldn't stand PE because the teachers would always yell at you and it was a major trigger for you. Same. I ended up not taking PE in high school because I was just sick of being screamed at by people who couldn't understand that I was never going to be able to keep up at the level that they wanted me to. And it wasn't for lack of trying. They always said I just wasn't trying hard enough. But the thing was, I was busting my ass probably more than other children were. Because I didn't want to be yelled at. I didn't like being yelled at. I would put my everything into it and still be accused of just not trying. And the harder I tried, the more I just stressed myself out, so the more I got yelled at. So why would I try? The number of times you cried in... I was constantly in tears in PE or you know, it got to the point where I would actively like run away and hide in the washrooms instead of, I would actively go away. I would run away and hide in the washrooms instead of going to PE because I knew that if I went to PE, I'd get yelled at. So I'd rather get in trouble for cutting class than just get screamed at for 45 minutes by a PE teacher who couldn't understand that not everybody is the child of a goddamned athlete. The ableism of PE teachers, especially growing up in the States like I did. And that's what it is. It's pure, simple ableism. You were forced to take PE in high school. You remember having a complete meltdown because you were overstimulated and it triggered a PTSD attack. I was very lucky. I was homeschooled in 8th through 10th grade. And then in 11th grade, I went to a vocational school that didn't offer PE in the first place. So when I had to take PE in grade 9, I was able to, and since it was my parents who signed off on it, I was able to do things that I was capable of. Like, I would go horseback riding with my church youth group. I was Catholic at the time. I left the church as an adult. But I would go horseback riding with my church youth group, and that would count as my, hour a week of PE. Or I would go outside and kick a ball around with my little sisters, and that would count as my hour of PE. Like, I could do things that I was good at, and then I went to a vocational school. So for half the day I was taking nurse's aid training and half the day I was finishing my high school classes. And because of the way it was set up, they didn't have time for extracurriculars like PE. So I didn't have to take PE when I was at the vocational school. And it was so refreshing to not have to be in PE class and to be able to do things that I actually could do, like stretching and yoga and going for a walk. I ended up, later as an adult, when I wasn't being forced to run for PE, I started going jogging all on my own. I started going for hikes, but it took so many years to overcome the literal emotional trauma of PE classes. Yeah. There were people who were retired military or crappy athletes who didn't make the cut, so they went to the next best job. They have no other skills in life and no sympathy. That's exactly what it is. My PE teacher in elementary school was a former athlete who didn't make it into the big leagues. My PE teacher in middle school, actually we had two of them in middle school. The woman PE teacher was another failed athlete, and the guy that they had teaching PE was former military and ran the class like a drill sergeant. And I was so lucky to be homeschooled for the first part of high school, and then finish high school at a school that didn't even have PE. There were so many times that I came home from school with broken glasses because kids would intentionally throw dodgeballs and basketballs at my face too. It's like, what the actual fuck? Like, PE was just a sea of bullies. It was gross. Between the teachers and the other students, I couldn't get away from the bullying. And it was absolutely disgusting. The way that PE classes are run, it's gross. You only had 2 good PE teachers. One of those was the one who threatened to fail you if you use martial arts outside of PE. And hang on, I gotta do this before I can catch up with chat. Just a second. Let's see, you only had 2 good PE teachers. One of those was the one who threatened to fail you if you used martial arts outside of the PE section he was teaching you because a dorm parent had just been fired for using martial arts on a student he was mad at. Well, that's fair though, because like you were also taking martial arts outside of school, so you would have been at a higher level than the other kids anyway. But at the same time, if I remember that story correctly, the reason you did it was because the other student was challenging you and pushing you and started attacking you first, trying to goad you into using martial arts against him, right? PE was where all the athletic kids have an excuse to bully the weird kid. Yeah, that's exactly it. Between the students and the teachers, it was just a big mess of bullying. And especially for the weird or the uncoordinated, unathletic kids. And it was such a... I think I'm watching you, Luna Sparkles, but did we not end up in a doubles race this time? Or am I watching someone else? No, I'm watching you. It's weird. Oh, those are such cute emotes. I love those, Shell. So cute. Where's my... There it is. Your boyfriend doesn't like PE either because he has asthma, and it wasn't exercises that were the problem, it was the locker rooms for the guys who spray too much Axe and Old Spice. That was a problem for me in regular classes in high school when all the girls started discovering perfumes and body sprays. And it's like, excuse me, body spray is not a substitute for a shower, love. You need to actually use soap and water too, and then dial back on the body spray. It's supposed to be an enhancement, not a substitute for a bath. I really appreciate, one of the things I appreciate about where I'm living now here in Canada is that a lot of places like doctor's offices and a lot of places like doctor's offices and schools and universities and such like that are going scent free. They're asking you not to come in wearing scented products. No, I just always have to sing along with the German theme. I don't speak German as well as my sister and my father do, but I love the German theme. One of my special interests is languages, but I can never stick with learning just one at a time, so I never end up fully learning a language. I have a smattering of German. I have a smattering of 3 different types of Spanish: Latin American, Mexican, and Puerto Rican. I have a smattering of a very small smattering of French, like 12 words of French. Don't get me wrong, I cannot string together a sentence in French. I have a small smattering of Japanese, but I've never been able to stick with a language long enough to fully learn it. You spray on perfume before because you don't want to cause any asthma or allergy attacks. Yeah. I use a mildly scented deodorant, but I don't use a lot of like perfumes or body sprays because having had asthma when I grew up, and then luckily I haven't needed an inhaler since I was 21. So luckily I haven't had much of a problem with it myself, but heavy scents do cause migraines for me. And I don't want to cause asthma or allergies or migraines for other people. You know what I mean? As for stringing a sentence together in French, that's okay. You'll teach me once you've gotten your schedule rewritten to put in French lessons. I would love that. Love perfume, but you hate people that bathe in it. Yeah, like, I know, right? Like, just take a shower. It's not that hard. I'm a cat and I manage to bathe at least every second day. I'm not super active, so I don't necessarily do a full bath every day, but I wash everything every day and I manage a full bath at least every second day. If a cat can do it, a human's got no excuse. The worst is when people do shower and still bathe in it. Oh, I know, right? Like the people that they'll shower, but they'll use a super scented body wash and then they'll spray themselves with perfume on top of that. It's like, can you not smell yourself, dear? You probably can't because you've burnt out all of your sensory receptors with all that perfume. It's scent blindness. I know, right? It has to be. It has to be. Yeah. I like very light, clean scents when I use scented products. I use I really like the Dial brand body wash that's like ocean scented. I like the Dial brand ocean scented body wash, and I like the Ivory body wash with aloe. But they're such light, clean scents. And then I use like a rain or a baby powder scent for my deodorant. And that's really all I need. You're currently learning Tagalog, which is one of the many languages of the Philippines. I always wanted to learn Tagalog. There's no way it's anything other than scent blindness, otherwise they'd be choking on it. I think the alcohol that perfumes are preserved in yeah, we will have to play again sometime. Thank you, Luna. That was fun. Yeah, like I think the alcohol that the alcohol that the perfumes are preserved in, it must like burn out their scent receptors or something. And it's like, because you spray that everywhere, and it's like, what? How, like, if it wasn't for the fact that this was a problem before COVID, I'd think that they all had scent blindness because of COVID. But this has been a problem for like 15 years now. You tried a name brand body wash back when you used to live on the opposite side of the country, never again. Because some of the name brand body washes and body sprays are just so heavily scented. I had solo and duo selected? Oh, I didn't know you could have two selected. That's disappointing. You use perfumes for your plushies because it helps with overstimulation, but don't really put it on your person. Yeah, I use, I have some of those, microwavable rice bags for muscle pain. And one of the things that I like to do is I like to put a couple of drops of lavender or vanilla essential oil on them. It really helps with my anxiety sometimes. I heat one of those up and I have a little bit of lavender or vanilla on them. And it helps with the muscle pain, and it helps with like anxieties and sensory overloads. Yeah, I had solo and duo selected, so I was out, but you weren't. And okay, that makes sense. If you'd like to play again, I can add you back to my team. Yep. Thank you for taking the garbage out for me, Madge. It was starting to stink, but I couldn't keep my stomach about me to do it myself. You have a little bat plush that has one of those rice bags you put in and you call it your period buddy. Well, that sounds cute. I've seen those before. I'm not sure why my model is leaning over like that. I'm not leaning over. Maybe I just need to... You want to make one of your own one day because you just want to have two buddies. I've made some simple rice bags. I love to sew. It's one of my hobbies is sewing. I've got to dig my sewing machine out. I want to do a sewing stream soon. I want to do a sew along making baby clothes. I like vintage machinery, so I've combined sewing and my vintage machinery special interest. So my sewing machines, I have two sewing machines. One is a 1954 Baycrest, and the other is a 1927 Singer. And I really like them. They're so much sturdier than modern sewing machines. I sold my modern sewing machine. It was always jamming. You love children and want to have kiddos of your own one day. It'll happen someday. It took me and Maggie 3 years of trying and a lot of help from the fertility clinic, but we managed to do it. Why are new machines like that? I don't know. I don't know. But like, I spent $300 on a modern sewing machine when I first moved to Canada, and it just would jam all the time. It would break needles. It was constantly needing service. So I ended up selling it. And I bought the 1954 Baycrest at St. Vincent's, the St. Vincent de Paul thrift store, for $50, and it's been my workhorse for 5 years now, and it's barely ever needed service. And I was given the 1920s Singer, and it needs a little bit of work before it's in full working order, but also it's literally 100 years old. So needing a little bit of tweaking and oiling and service for a 100-year-old machine, like, I can't say no to that. You know, that's still good. Yeah, it's tough having babies for a lot of women. Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that the new machines, like, if you can get them to work for a while, they wear out so quickly. It took you years and lots of heartbreak before you had your son, and you'll have to get an old sewing machine. Yeah. It took us... It took me and Maggie 3 years, and we had... So with my ex, I had one late-term miscarriage, and that's the one and only time that I was able to conceive on my own. With Madge... with the fertility clinic, in the 3 years that we were trying, we've had several what they call chemical pregnancies, where it'll show up as positive on the test, but it's not viable, and so it just kind of, you know, fizzles away. And in my case, it was before I was able to get blood works done, so medically they don't even count that as a loss, and it's hard. You know, especially not even having access to grief counseling in those situations where medically they don't consider it a loss. But you still feel it because you know it was there, and in a couple of these cases, like, I had already started having morning sickness before we lost it. But we finally have our rainbow baby, and it's looking healthy so far. I'm still obsessively peeing on pregnancy tests just to make sure it's there, although the food aversions and morning sickness are definitely reminding me. And it gives me comfort to see the line getting darker and darker every few days. Yeah, I'm just looking forward now. The first ultrasound is on the 31st of this month, and I'm gonna feel so much better when I finally hear its heartbeat. Like, it still almost doesn't feel real. But that's why I want to do a couple of sewing streams, making some baby clothes, because like now that it's finally real, I just want to celebrate it and share it with everybody. Because we waited for so long and tried so hard. I promise these are happy tears. A $50 fetal Doppler got you through your son's pregnancy before you could check it. Because you could check anytime you had a panic attack. I'm gonna get one. There's a couple of good ones available on Amazon. I'm so afraid that something's gonna happen too. I don't know if I can take another loss. But I have some mental health help on the way to help with anxiety. I have my first appointment with the perinatal therapist on February 3rd. And you were that way until he was 3. Yeah. This is another thing that people who haven't been through it will never understand. People who haven't been through it can never understand the even when you finally have your healthy pregnancy, it still feels like anything could take it away at any moment. Just give me a second to steady myself. You had a sister-in-law pregnant at the same time and she was so blissfully ignorant. It got to the point that for a little while during the summer, I found myself getting so angry at friends and family who would just get pregnant over and over without even trying. I would get so angry at people who could get pregnant so easily. I would watch people that I knew in high school who already had 2 or 3 or 4 babies getting pregnant again. And I got so angry. I found myself, for a little while, I had to seek some mental health help because a person that I watch on YouTube became pregnant for the 3rd time without even trying. And she was just constantly talking about how, oh, we weren't even trying, you know, we weren't gonna try for real until we got into our new house that we just bought. And I found myself wishing that she would have a miscarriage just so that she would know my pain. And I'm not proud of myself for it. And I'm just so glad that she does have a healthy pregnancy and that her baby that's due in March is still healthy and growing, because I don't know if I could live with the guilt of wishing that on somebody and then something actually happened. And you'll have a healthy pregnancy someday too, Shell. We'll find a way to make it happen. You're lucky enough that you're able to physically have children, and you want to check to make sure if you're able to. If you ever have kids, if your first is a girl, you want to name her Persephone, and if it's a boy or a second child, you want to name them Iris. Those are pretty names. Someday, Shell, you'll meet somebody who's actually worthy of your awesomeness. You'll meet somebody who understands you and gets you and wants to raise a beautiful family with you, and you'll have all the beautiful babies that your heart could desire. I just know it. I don't think it's going to take that long. I don't think it's going to take that long at all. You're wonderful. You just need to meet somebody that can handle your wonderfulness. Your other sister-in-law that had a baby at the same time you lost mine, and it was rough because hers survived and you had to spend Mother's Day with them and her new baby, and you didn't have yours. I know, right? That's... It's so hard when you've experienced loss and other people around you. Other people around you are just having baby after baby with no effort at all. Like, I've watched alcoholics and drug addicts have healthy babies, and in the meantime it took so much for me to have one. And even now, like, I'm just so acutely aware of all the things that could happen, that could go wrong. You especially hate those people who have kids just for the welfare checks. I know, right? Like, luckily that's not super common. But even though it's not super common, it still happens way too much. It doesn't need to be common to be a problem. You and your brother were lucky babies for your mom because she had 2 miscarriages before she had you. And you remember hearing the stories and being worried for when you have kids because what caused the problems was endometriosis. The leading 2 causes of infertility on the female side of the equation are endometriosis and polycystic ovary syndrome. And in my case, it was polycystic ovary syndrome. My mom had at least 1 miscarriage before she successfully had me. And so then when I started having problems too, like, I always wondered, you know, my mom had at least 1 miscarriage that she's aware of, and she had always talked about how her periods were irregular, and you know, I was always worried that it would happen to me too, and then in my case it did. But luckily I'm in a place where I was able to access a really good fertility clinic. I had access to a fertility clinic and the financial means to pay for the medications that would correct the problems caused by polycystic ovaries. And so many deserving parents don't have access to that. I am absolutely in a place of privilege there. And I will never not acknowledge that privilege. I am incredibly privileged and lucky to have been in the situation that I was. Get up! Get up! Ah! You remember crying when you heard you had endometriosis because you worried you wouldn't be able to have kids. I cried when I found out that I wasn't ovulating because of PCOS as well. At the time I was first diagnosed, I didn't have a partner, but I knew that I wanted children someday. And I was so worried that it would never happen, or that I would never be able to afford the treatments and medications that I would need to make it happen. But I ended up being really fortunate and privileged, and being able to finally do it. And even then it took so long. I'm not a good candidate for in vitro fertilization, because I'm heavy. I'm a heavier person, and when you're big, they don't like sedating you for surgery, and the egg retrieval is a surgical procedure. So we were actually going to give up after this cycle of letrozole, because even if we could have afforded to continue fertility treatments, it just wasn't going to happen if it ended up needing to go to IVF, and my heart couldn't take the beating anymore. This was the very last cycle that we were going to keep trying, and it finally happened. It happened for you when you gave up. It's always when you lose hope, isn't it? It seems like it's always the moment that you're about to lose hope and give up, and then I don't know what it is. Some people can do it so easily. And it is so hard not to let that affect your mental health. And huge hugs for everybody. Yes, absolutely. Group hug in the chat. You missed a group hug. Well, mostly you missed a discussion on infertility followed by a group hug. Oops, fell. Ah. Okay, I got pushed that time. Qualified! It wasn't too triggering for me, and it seemed like most people in chat like we've all dealt with it. Everybody here right now has been there, and it's actually, in a way, it's comforting and encouraging to know that as depressing as it is to know that other people have experienced it too. Like, don't get me wrong. It's also, in a way, it's comforting and encouraging to know that we're not alone, and that it's not easy for everybody like it seems when you're looking at the sanitized, perfected version of people's lives that they post on social media. Everybody talks about the happy things, but they don't talk about the messy, ugly, depressing, angering things. And those things, they're important to talk about too. Life isn't all sunshine and roses and happy smiles. And we have to acknowledge that. You were shocked how many women told you their stories after your miscarriage. 1 in 3. Mm-hmm. Infertility and pregnancy and infant loss is so common, and we need to talk about those things. We need to acknowledge that these things happen. It shouldn't be something that we suffer through alone. We shouldn't have to suffer in silence. Well, come on. Get up there. Miscarriage, child loss, and things like that shouldn't be considered taboo, and the same goes for anything about death. Exactly. Exactly. Do I have cats? Yes, I have 2 cats. I have... They're litter mates, and they were orphaned as kittens. They're rescues. They were raised... they were bottle babies. They're both a little bit medically fragile. The girl cat, Fi... She had epilepsy when she was younger, and she's stable now and doesn't need medication anymore. And my boy cat Sigma, he has some digestive issues, and so he's on a special allergy safe food, and he also has chronic lower urinary tract disease. So his food, he has to be on the urinary tract disease food, but it also has to be allergy safe. Is it weird that you wish you could experience pregnancy firsthand, especially given what we've been talking about? It's not weird. It's not weird. Like, it's, I mean, sometimes I wonder what it would be like to have a penis. I'm a little gender fluid to begin with, though. Are you in my Discord, Luna Sparkles? I post pictures of my cats in the Discord sometimes. The Doctor in Doctor Who just recently had a full incarnation as a woman before regenerating back into a man, which gives the Doctor a chance to reflect on the sex swap. You'd like something similar, but with a pregnancy attached if the tech were available. Here, let me get the socials up. Some of the links are broken because for some reason Stream Elements has attached the emotes to, so you'll have to take the virtual hug off the end of the link when you click it. But there's all the... You're in the Discord. Perfect! I'll make sure I get some good photos of my cats up into the Discord today too. Some updated photos. I don't have either of them in the office with me right now. Otherwise, I would get the kitty cam going. They have a habit, especially now that I'm pregnant, they have a habit of just wanting to be all up in my business. And it's like, I love you too, cat, but not right now. I need to be able to move and do things. Oh no, I fell. I fell again. You want to grab the cat so I can get the kitty gram going? Maybe after this run. Missed. Woo! Barely qualified. This is random to that you want to mention that you want to name your kids and want. I love those names. I love the meaning behind them. Maggie and I have picked, we've picked an Irish name for if we have a boy. We picked Caelan, which in Old Irish Gaelic means, it means a victorious leader, with the middle name Merrick. And there's two reasons for that. One, because it means the fork in the river. And this really is our fork in the river. This is our crossroads, so to speak, that's changed our lives for the better. After the whole run, Madge, there's 4 races in a run, unless I get eliminated. And if we pick, and if we have a girl, we've picked Sophia, meaning the spirit of wisdom, and with Valentina as a middle name because that was the name of the first woman in space, the Russian cosmonaut Valentina Tereshkova, I think was her last name. Oh, I can't see what I'm doing here. Ah! I've been eliminated. Okay. You can grab the cats now. And oh. Actually, don't worry about grabbing the cats, Madge. Madge, can you still hear me? Don't worry, wait. Are you still there? Because I forgot I'm using my secondary webcam to run my hand tracking today. So I can't bring up the kitty cam anyway. I'm not using the motion tracker that straps to my chest today. I get better motion capture from the 2-camera program than I do from the Leap motion tracker. Just the reason that I don't normally use the 2-camera setup is because normally I'm streaming games directly from my PC, and this motion capture is a lot harder on my CPU. Some other butt then. Wow, when Buttspot gets it right, Buttspot really gets it right. But what I can do, possibly, is... What I can do is get a... Give me a second, and I will actually bring up... Let's see... Media asset stream. There, I've got a few little pictures of the fur babies in here. Let me turn on my display capture and property. Perfect. There's Fi playing with the toilet paper roll in the bathtub. Why was she playing with the toilet paper roll in the bathtub? I have no idea. And there's a cute one of her in a box full of catnip. Playing with her robotic fishy. There's both of them. That's Sigma in the background here. And Phi looking directly at the camera. Another one of Phi. She is more likely to sit still for a camera than Sigma is. Totally passed out on the floor. She'll sit still for a camera more than Sigma will, but here's one of Sigma in a basket. That's pretty much the only time I can get him to sit still. Yep, Black Kitty Club! This was right after a bath. She escaped outside in our old house. We no longer live in this house, so we no longer have those ugly orange walls. This one was a rental, so we couldn't repaint it. But she escaped outside and came home with something sticky all over her, and had to have a bath. And she was so offended. And here's another one of her being played with after having a little bit too much catnip. Some more footage of the fishies. Anyway. That's the kitties. That was fun. Anyway. Side cat. Alright. They're hilarious little cats. Since they were raised by humans, they kind of don't know how to be cats. They think they're human babies. That would explain why Sigma claimed you after you performed magic for him all those years ago. I mean, Sigma doesn't tend to be very social. That was a big clue for me when Sigma kind of immediately latched onto you. You couldn't find your slippers, and Artie, your son, said I'll help you find them. So you went looking, and he found them and said, "You're such a good help." Aww. But then come to find out, he also hid them from you. Oh wow. Kids are a trip. I wonder if 6 weeks is too early to justify buying a fetal Doppler. Would I be able to pick up the heartbeat? Maybe I should order one anyway, just so I have it when it is late enough to pick it up on a home device. A fetal Doppler, it's for detecting the fetal heartbeat. And I'm just thinking, like spending $50 or $100 on a small fetal Doppler for home would still be a lot cheaper than continuing to buy boxes of pregnancy tests to make sure it's still alive. Plus, it'll help later in the pregnancy too, once it is big enough to detect the heartbeat. And I'm just thinking, like for my own peace of mind and helping with my anxiety, Luna Sparkles suggested that I get one actually earlier in the conversation. Maybe I'll go ahead and pick one up just so that I have one already when it is big enough. Could be triggering if I can't find it, if it's too early. Yeah, it could be. I'll probably go ahead and pick one up and then wait until the ultrasound on the 31st. You know, wait until they can see it on their equipment before I try to use the home device. Yay, qualified! It says you can hear it from 8 to 12 weeks. Okay. So I'll go ahead and order one now because I'm almost 7 weeks. And then it should arrive right about the time I'm hitting 8 weeks. So then I'll just wait until they can pick it up. Because when I have my dating scan, I'll be 8 weeks. According to last menstrual period dating. So if they can see it at the hospital, if they can detect it at the hospital, then it should be big enough to pick it up on the home fetal Doppler too. Congrats, Maggie! And congrats, Shell, too, on the catch. qualified! That's the first time I've qualified on that track. Thank you, period tracker, for telling me I'm on my period. I'm well aware. I know, right? I always loved that with my tracking apps. It would be like, you're gonna start your period today. I'm like, yes, I'm aware of that. Like, I have already logged into my tracker and confirmed that my period started today. You don't need to tell me that I should be starting my period today. I'm just glad I don't have to worry about that bullshit for a while now. You love tracking programs of various sorts, but sometimes they can be a tad redundant with their info. I know, right? Avoid falling off the hoverboard and reach the finish. Okay. Whoop. Stop pushing! Ah! One time you were a day late and it asked if you were pregnant and you were like, yeah, I missed one day! The period trackers are a little bit too enthusiastic sometimes with that, aren't they? Am I having pain in my tailbone still? No, I was able to work out the pain in my tailbone with the massaging shower head earlier. Luckily. Some hot water on the jet massage setting really helped with that. Yours is incredibly itchy all of a sudden. You're wondering if it's sympathy pain? Are you sitting on one of the dining room chairs? Because those dining room chairs are really rough on the tailbone and lower back pain. Yeah, I need to take a break for a minute and go use the washroom anyway. I can bring your cushion from your office chair out. That might help. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. If you're sure. I could also bring the other cushion that's not in use right now. That way you've got one on your office chair and one on your You're fine, you were just curious. Fair enough. Alright, thank you for the lurk, Luna Sparkles. It was wonderful having you here, and I really appreciated the conversation too. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break myself, and I will be right back. There we are. Yep, I'm gonna be falling forever. Holy crap. I'm starting to get tired already. Run, bitch, run! I failed! Qualified! What is this person doing? This is bringing me straight back to Super Mario 64. Fell. Oh no, I didn't qualify. Hi, Becca. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. That's all right. There's always another chance. How was work today, Amalga? Tired and full of spite. That sounds like my everyday existence. Run, bitch, run! Top 50%, not bad. I'm gonna check my posture here. Oh no, it's one of these again. That's gonna be fun. Stop pushing! Stop! No, 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 thank you. Let me up! Let me up! What now? Okay. Please go far enough. Please go. Oh, bitch. That's okay. What annoys you about this game is when players grab you and carry you around. Yeah. I've had that happen on a couple of levels where people would just like grab you and start pushing you, and it's like, excuse me. I know the aim of the game is to try to win, but trust me. The only good thing about being grabbed and pushed like that is that so far, when it's happened, about 5 out of 6 times that it's happened, the other person has managed to yeet themselves off too. Do you look like someone who wants a hug? I mean, you kind of want hugs, but you don't like the physical contact of it. Fair enough. Fair enough. I wish touch-free hugs could be a thing in real space. Sometimes you want the comfort of a hug, but the physical contact is just too much. You have accepted the virtual no-touch hug? Aww! That's so cute. You're sweet when you want to be, Amalga. And so are you, Madge. I fell! fast. The most experience you've experienced in this game is people carrying you around, no yeeting, just carrying. The last few times somebody's tried to pick me up and carry me or tried to push me off the edge, they've ended up being so focused on trying to push me off the edge that they ended up getting hit by an obstacle and fell off too. I'm just like, that's called karma, bitch. One person tried, but you had a hold of them in return since you got sick of being grabbed at that point. There. I haven't figured out how to grab people yet. If you were going down, you were taking them with you. Very nice. Excuse me, are you trying to grab me? I would prefer not to be grabbed. There's one specific person in this world who is allowed to grab me like that, and they are not currently playing Fall Guys. And even if they were, they wouldn't be allowed to do it in Fall Guys. Oh, my bell. Let's see if I can figure out how to grab people. Because I do occasionally get pushed. And I want to be able to return the favor. And get a little bit of hand cream on too. My skin is itching today. Excited for getting pushed around, learn to grab people today. Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, if you're gonna push me off the board, I'm gonna grab you by the face and pull you with me. Should arms go through bodies like that? Not normally. Not normally. I'm made of marshmallow. I'm not exactly fully solid. Should butts go through bodies like that? No, butts should not go through bodies either. I thought it was funny. But Spot, we still do not need to know what kinks you're into. You're a little slow today there, Butt Spot love. Alright, let's see. Back from a lovely shower? Wonderful. I just wonder. How does one go about grabbing and pushing people? We shouldn't shame people for having to have help with things like getting showers or eating food. In 2014, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier, in 2014, I was in a really bad car accident. It was a hit and run. And I was walking. I was walking when it happened. And when it ended up with me being in a wheelchair for a couple of years. And I had trouble, bathing and taking care of myself. It was and it was really hard for me to accept for a little while that I needed help with these things, because I had people in my life at the time that really didn't understand it. And it was rough. It was rough for a while. Luckily, I no longer have contact with those people, and it was you were. I was talking earlier in the stream about how I'm glad that you were around for me and that you've stayed around with me, even through all the struggles that I've had with my health from pre-existing disabilities and after my accident when I needed that help. And for a while I was not able to accept that help. I didn't want to admit that I couldn't do the things that I used to. But you were there for me, Madge, and I couldn't have been luckier. There's nothing wrong with needing help, but you have to accept that you need help. Yeah, exactly, and that's what I was struggling with, was accepting that I needed the help when I was so used to having grown up in a very conservative community in the US and being raised with this whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps attitude. It was very hard for me to accept that I couldn't do the things that I was used to. When you're on the period and your endometriosis is bad, you have your boyfriend help you. You just want to say that because your boyfriend helped you take a shower because moving hurts right now. I absolutely understand that. I still have chronic pain from my accident. I have chronic pain and balance issues. And plus, on top of that, I have fibromyalgia, and when I'm in a bad flare, my shoulders don't move properly. So I still, even though I can walk again, I still sometimes need help with doing basic things like bathing myself and lifting and carrying things. And as rough as it is to be in that situation of needing help, I'm just glad that I have somebody in my life who understands and is more than willing to help when I'm having a rough time of it. I'm incredibly, incredibly lucky in that way. Oh, I fell again. How am I supposed to get... There. Get up, get up, get up! No, get up! Stop pushing me! I will murder your face! Finally! Get across, get across, get across! Woo! Having been through rough times yourself, you just want to make sure I'm doing okay. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. The number of times that I've been told to pray it away when what I needed was medical help. There are reasons why I left the church. That's all I have to say about that. No, actually, there is one other thing that I have to say about that. There is no hate quite like Christian love. Someone heavily religious told you the pain was all in your head yesterday. Right, right. You're totally imagining carpal tunnel and sensory overload. All in your head. I still think you should have kicked that person in the balls and said, "What? Pain's all in your head?" Pray it away. Just pray that God will heal your crushed testicles. They don't tend to like it when you throw it back at them, do they? Your response to that is, God gave me this shit, he ain't gonna fix it. Exactly! If God exists, he's the one that made me in pain, and he's quite the jackass for doing it. Why should I worship somebody who wants me to live in pain for my whole life? I shouldn't, that's what. You would, but their wife is very nice and nothing like them. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't want to hurt the wife when the husband's the one that's the evil one. I don't know. Maybe if that person in question just happens to get hurt, Amalga, then you can say, pain's all on your head, just pray it away. That way, at least you're not the cause of the pain. You're still throwing it back at them, but at least you're not, you know, actively causing something to happen. You can't get in trouble if it's not your fault that they got injured in the first place. You have very different beliefs. You're pagan, we're into spiritual stuff and don't place the blame on any gods. I don't expect blame or help from any gods. Anything that demands help, anything that demands worship is probably not worthy of that worship. That's my opinion of it. I don't have any specific religious or spiritual belief at the moment. I just know that gods, as humanity understand them, are not worthy of the title. Oh no, I fell! You seem to remember a study involving praying for healing for some illness or other, but what stuck out about it was that the group that knew they were being prayed for did worse than the group who did not know, or the control group. The paper said the reason was that since they knew they were being prayed for, they added stress because they thought they were supposed to get better. I had somebody, when I was in Sunday school, tell me that I didn't need hearing aids, I needed to pray more and God would heal my deafness. Sure, put the blame on me for a congenital malformation of my auditory nerve. That's exactly the sort of thing you need to say to a child. Made me feel like a right asshole for not being able to hear. Blamed myself for years. There's a perfect sound alert for people like that. Don't be a dick. Word travels quick. Just one simple trick. Don't be a dick. You were told your chronic migraines were caused by demons trying to... I was told my struggles with anxiety and depression were caused by demons. Like, please. Demons are some of the nicest people I've met, especially compared to humans. One day you behaved inappropriately during your sailing trip, and not knowing better, you were so ashamed for what you did, you spent the night praying for better social skills by morning, and it didn't help. Of course not. Prayer can't cure autism. Your demons are of no one else's concern. They're just as worried about your being as you are. Exactly. Hell, I'd go as far to say that most demons have more compassion than most angels. Also, I fully believe that Lucifer was framed, but that's the story for another time. qualified! You were around 10 going to church and you're like, man, Satan sounds way cooler than God. God hates you for what he gave you. I know, right? When literal children can look at the beliefs of that your religion holds dear and say, your devil seems like a lot nicer person than your God does, there's a little bit of a problem with your religion. That's not to say that all Christians are bad people. I do know some very nice Christians. They're just so hard to find. It shouldn't be so hard to find good people in a religion that supposedly preaches tolerance and kindness. Qualified! That's the first time I've qualified on this one. Like, damn, Satan ain't gonna be mad for me for pain I can't control. I can go to hell instead. Right? I'm of the same opinion at this point. God holds grudges and forces you into situations you can't say no. At least the devil gives you options and lets you say yes or no. Right? At least the devil teaches consent. You know one good Christian and you live in an area full of them. I know, let's see, maybe 3 good Christians. I have a friend from North Carolina, and he's one of the good ones. My mother is still very, very Catholic, but she's one of the sweetest people I've ever met and really tries to be a good person and actually live up to the teachings of kindness and being a good person. And the other one, actually, I can't even guarantee that they're still a Christian anymore. And Amalga, I think you told me that you don't identify as a Christian anymore. But you're still culturally Catholic. Which absolutely makes sense to me. Ah! Oh no! Let me up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Bitch! Whew. Overcompensated! You don't identify as Catholic. If anything, you believe the church doesn't have the thought process you have. Fair enough. You and your brother were raised Christian. You became pagan, and your brother practices Judaism. That is absolutely fair enough. If I did go to any organized religion, I'd probably choose one of the various varieties of paganism, or I would probably choose or I would choose Judaism. Judaism is surprisingly progressive. You've suspected for years that religion is inherently testable scientifically based on predictions made about simulation hypothesis. Some sources say it is theoretically possible to create a universe in a laboratory, but when you bring this idea up to both Christians and atheists alike, you get told off, so you just shrug your shoulders and remain agnostic. So the thing about atheism is that they'll tell you that it's not, but it's just as much a religion as any other. They are just as zealous, just as fanatical, and just as unwilling to accept any other option as the actual organized religions are. They just don't want to admit it to themselves. Let's say you're a very relaxed Catholic that will most likely not be Catholic once you've moved out from where you're at. Fair enough, fair enough. It's hard with a very Catholic mother that you still live with. I know that personally. Especially being Latina. You know, if you told your mom that you're not Catholic anymore, she would absolutely boot you out of the house. I've seen it happen to other Puerto Rican friends of mine. I've seen them get kicked out of the house for being queer. I've seen them kicked out of the house for not being Catholic anymore. I've seen them kicked out of the house for things that are absolutely not even in their control. It's heartbreaking. But Catholicism is so deeply rooted in the culture of Puerto Rico and other Latin American countries that you know, you'd think that leaving the church was akin to killing your grandma. From your experience, Christianity and Baha'i are not too dissimilar in their closed-mindedness. From what you've been telling me about having gone to a Baha'i school, I can see that. A lot of people who practice Judaism were treated horribly throughout history, and so they're very understanding. Yeah. And I think that's why they're so progressive and understanding, you know? When you have such a long history of being oppressed, it's very hard to not be understanding. It's very hard to not have empathy and want to try to not repeat the mistakes of history with other people. Ah, I misjudged that jump. Okay, do y'all think you could maybe not keep closing gates that we all need? Come in! Let me in! Hey! It was odd for you, considering the Baha'is being so close-minded, considering they've been consistently persecuted and executed by various Muslim countries for their faith. Yeah. But see, that's the thing. When you have a history of persecution and oppression against your people, it tends to go one of two ways. Either you let yourself become jaded and become the oppressor, or you decide, I am never going to let somebody else feel the pain that I have felt. And I feel like that's what we're seeing here, is we're seeing the two sides of that coin. For Judaism, as Roseville said, you very rarely have people who practice Judaism or are Jewish being rude to others. And that is absolutely true. I have not met a Jewish person yet who has been rude to me on purpose. And I have never met a Muslim person yet who has been rude to me on purpose. But I have met plenty of Christians, and I have met plenty of Baha'i, and I have met, ironically enough, plenty of Buddhists who are absolute dickwads. And I just don't understand it. You agree with me on the Buddhist dickwads. When you were in Thailand, you said hello to a Buddhist monk who turned around and blew cigarette smoke in your face, and you were a teenager at the time. That's just rude. And if that happened when I was a teenager, that would have given me an asthma attack and put me in a hospital. You were confused as hell because you were under the impression that Buddhist monks were taught to be compassionate to all life. Just because they're taught something doesn't mean they're going to practice it. Especially after World War II, people who were Jewish or practiced Judaism were not looking to cause any conflict whatsoever. They just had to fight through conflict for existing. Exactly. Mm-hmm. It's like, why do you have to go out of your way to be mean to people, especially when you know how it feels like? I'll just never understand that. Frankly, I don't want to understand that. Like, every Jewish person that I have met has understood that, you know, you don't want people to experience the same pain you experienced. You had an AP English teacher who was Jewish, and you read the Diary of Anne Frank and went into great detail about the history because the teacher was not looking to sugarcoat anything. And it shouldn't be sugarcoated. Those who forget history are doomed to repeat it. There are people who will go out of their way to make some kind of conflict for nothing, and there are others who just want to chill. I just want to chill. I just want to try to be a good person, you know, live and let live. I don't go out of my way to make people feel bad. I don't want people to experience the kind of pain and bullying that I've experienced most of my life. You're looking at a card from your late uncle's membership in the Young Men's Hebrew Association in the 70s. Might end up wanting to learn more about Judaism yourself. You can understand why your uncle was interested. Yeah. There's a lady I've been watching on YouTube. She's an Orthodox Sephardic Jew. And she does such wonderful cultural education on her YouTube channel. Like, I've learned so much from her. Your family isn't Jewish, so you're curious. Yeah. You want to be a therapist and also want to fight against social injustices because you've been through a lot. When I was a little bit younger and a little bit healthier, I did a lot of disability advocacy because myself and so many of my friends have various disabilities. And, you know, and when I'm well enough, I like to be able to help, you know, fight against these injustices that we've all experienced. I recently haven't been in good enough health to go out and hit the streets and go to the protests and do the political advocacy that I used to. And now that I'm pregnant, I don't want to, you know, possibly be in a situation that's going to put the baby at risk. But someday I'm going to get back into the advocacy work. Okay. Start at the middle and find the one that goes all the way. That was incorrect. There we go. Start at the middle. Find the one that goes all the way to the end. This one. Start at the middle and find the one that goes... goes all the way. It's gonna be... No! I almost had it! This one. Yes! Yay! You're not what people would consider normal. You're neurodivergent with disabilities and queer and also not white. I am neurodivergent, disabled, and queer myself. And my father is First Nations. But I'm very white passing, so I do have some privilege in that area. Maggie says they would like to do disability advocacy again when you get the sour taste out of your mouth from the last group you were part of who didn't like people who didn't look disabled enough or didn't match the stereotype of disability. Yeah, I know the group you're speaking of, and I was hurt by those people too. They're not all of the advocacy groups do what they say they will. They're not all actually out to help. It's sad but true. Where did the light go? There it is. Didn't qualify. That's okay. You're a quarter Filipino, but that side got most of your looks. You have a squarish round face with slightly almond eye shape. I have a lot of the facial structure from my father's side of the family, but my coloring is more like my mom, so pretty much only other First Nations people can actually identify that I have that descent. Most people just automatically assume that I'm fully white. It's a side of my heritage that I want to connect with and explore more, but due to some internalized racism on my father's part, it's not something that's really accessible to me. I don't, unfortunately, I don't even know what nation my father was from. He never shared that information with me or with my sisters. Because since we were white passing, he said it would be better for us to just keep pretending that we were white. Your maternal grandmother claims she is status First Nations, but you've never actually seen her status card, so you have white passing privilege at least. You won't be able to find out about your heritage either because she keeps trying to force you to forgive your bio mom for what she did. You don't have to forgive anybody if forgiving them is not going to bring you peace. Forgiveness is not for the person who offended. Forgiveness is for the person who was hurt. And if you would not find peace in providing that forgiveness, you are not obligated to do it. I have found peace in forgiving some people that have hurt me in my life, but not all. Some people do not deserve my forgiveness. And in my experience, it's the people who beg for forgiveness the most who deserve it the least. You've forgiven your bio mom for part of it, but there are still things you need to work through. This isn't trauma dumping because we were already on the topic. And you're not going into details or you know, and you're not like continuing after people say that they're triggered either. Trauma dumping is when it's out of the blue or when you give more detail than is strictly necessary to relate to the conversation. And we do sometimes talk about heavy topics here. That's one of the reasons why this is an 18+ room. Your boyfriend is very accepting. You currently live in an area that's known for being racist towards others. Having someone just be like, you look pretty, and not go, you look pretty even though you were insert race group here is nice. Mm-hmm. I think I was eliminated in the last round. If I'm just spectating here, I'll back out. Mm-hmm. I had an ex-spouse who was half Chinese, and one of the things that we used to get a lot was people would ask me, why did I marry and insert slur here? I was like, I don't know, why are you an ignorant asshole? Some things just kind of happen, don't they? I mean, that person is now an ex for a reason, but it had nothing to do with the fact that they were Chinese. Being a dick takes so much energy, you don't know how people do it. Right? I have not got the time or the spoons to be a dick on purpose to people. You remember an old friend of yours not too long ago telling you about how racial attacks against Asians have been on the rise since the start of COVID, and all you could say in response was you believed them because they'd been trustworthy in the past. You said so on Facebook so that other people would believe her too. It's sad that you would have to vouch for somebody's trustworthiness for a traumatic experience. Like people should just, for the most part, people should believe victims until there's a reason not to. And that goes for all victims. That goes for victims of racialized violence, that goes for victims of sexualized violence, that goes for especially now that we really know the statistics, that goes for male victims of domestic violence. Like, one of the saddest things that I have ever seen was when a male friend of mine was being beaten by his wife, and I took him to the police to report it, and their response was, well, what did you do to deserve her hitting you? She wouldn't do that for no reason. What did you do? Women don't do domestic violence. Like, excuse me, bitch. My ex-wife chased me and my cat around with a knife. Women can absolutely do domestic violence. But because he had a penis, that automatically meant he was the instigator. Oh no! Having been a victim of that yourself, you're glad to hear the story and know you're not alone. As sad as it is to know that there are other victims, it is comforting to know that one's not alone. It's depressing to know that other people have experienced that pain. But it's comforting to know that you're not alone sometimes. I know, I've seen that too, and it's absolute bullshit. Butt spot. Can you just maybe not for a little while, butt spot? There we go. Butt spot is not going to be a problem for the next 500 seconds. There's a time and a place for the comedy bot. This was not one of them. No! Heck. Finally. Yeah, Buttspot can turn a really serious message into something awful. Yeah, I think I'm going to wind up removing Buttspot. Especially since we are having much more serious conversations these days. I value the safety and mental health of my audience way more than I will ever value a silly little comedy bot. Yeah, I remember going to an Aboriginal Rights Coalition meeting as a teenager. Nelda was speaking at the meeting about First Nations causes of trauma First Nations in Canada had experienced, and before he even mentioned residential schools, though you didn't know about them, you mentioned the church being one of the causes. The white allies there tried to tell you off for interrupting the elder, but the elder supported you as speaking truth that needed to be said. Even among allies, the discrimination and racism problem can still remain. Allies can be some of the worst sometimes. Especially self-identified allies. If you have not been called an ally by multiple people of the group that you're trying to ally with, you're not an ally. You will be told if you're an ally. In this case, it was Christians not wanting to hear that their church bore some responsibility. Christians bear most of the responsibility for the oppression of First Nations people in both the US and Canada. The cultural erasure and that has developed into the intense internalized racism that we see in so many First Nations people is a direct result of specifically the Catholic and Anglican churches and their push to Anglicize and Christianize the native populations. And this happened not only with the First Nations people in Canada and the US, but also with the native populations in what we now know as Central and South America. It happened with the Aztecs, it happened with the Mayans, it happened with a lot of the Amazonian tribes. It happened in Asia. They tried it in India, and they got pushed out, luckily. It happened in many places in Africa. White Christians are a scourge upon the earth. There, I said it. Cancel me, I dare ya. Yahweh was the worst thing that ever happened to this planet. Where am I stuck now? There. That's better. Ah! I fell! I'm gonna go this way. Maybe you've been focusing on the wrong area. You've been wanting to establish communications between species so that other intelligent animal species could have some sort of ability to advocate for themselves and all the destruction of habitat humanity has caused. But until we can start healing from the effects of racism and war amongst humans, we may not have cleaned our own house enough. You know what? I agree with you there, Maggie. I agree with you 1000% there. Humanity has not cleaned their own house enough. There's a reason that my VTuber lore involves me being a literal alien from another universe. Frankly, at this point, I don't want anything further to do with humanity. There are too few humans who actually want to try to do the right thing and clean up their own act. There are too few humans who can even admit that their act needs to be cleaned up. Qualified! You know the feelings. One of the reasons you're so obsessed with finding traversable wormholes that work for matter is just so you can build one and shift to a parallel universe where acceptance is more commonplace. Mm-hmm. I'm with you there. I'm with you there. I got first place? Holy butts! That's the first time I've even qualified on that map and I got first? That's okay. I'm really glad I not only qualified on the last one, but I also got first. That's pretty good. Tesla's mad at Rebel? Oh no. Don't want the doggos to be fighting. This is the last one, I think, so I just... Or, no, it's not quite the last one. But I do want to see who actually makes it through. These hoverboard levels are not the easiest things in the world. It's because of food. But she already ate. Yeah, but... She needs more food because she said so. Winner! Random side note, if you always get soap in your eyes or don't want to get soap in your eyes that stings, you suggest cruelty-free vegan shampoo and conditioner. I'll have to look into that. The shampoo I'm currently using was originally developed for horses. It's called Mane and Tail, and it's pretty good about not stinging, but I'm not sure if it's cruelty-free. I have to look into that. But it was originally developed by horses, and then all the equestrian types realized that it worked really well on human hair too, so now it's sold in regular pharmacies for use on humans. Having grown up in a farming town, like pretty much everybody used it. And for a little while it wasn't available up here where I am now, but suddenly one of the local pharmacies randomly started carrying it. And it's one of my favorite shampoos, but I can't guarantee that it's cruelty free. So I'll have to look into that. If it's not, I'd rather switch. I think technically they can't call it cruelty-free because it was developed for animals, and obviously if it's developed for animals, it has to be tested on animals. So I think technically it can't be certified as cruelty-free, but I'll have to look into it as to whether it is and it's just a technicality. Mostly because there's usually no chemicals in the soap, so it doesn't sting as much. The mane and tail doesn't have a whole lot of harsh chemicals in it either, because like I said, it was originally developed for horses. I've tried like the organic shampoos before, and they just don't clean as well. But I do prefer to buy cruelty-free products when I can. I can't fully give up meat because I have some digestive issues, so I don't process some plant-based proteins as well as most. But I have reduced the amount of meat that I eat, and I try to get it as ethically sourced as I can. I try to get all the free range, species appropriate diet stuff that's not. I'd prefer it if I could be entirely meat free. I hate the current farming practices and the animal cruelty that's involved, and I wish I didn't have to, for my own health, keep those products in. Trying to live an ethical, cruelty-free life when you have so many food allergies and dietary restrictions and digestive problems it's a trick. I've had hair products that are vegan but not cruelty-free, which always confused you. I wonder how you can claim a product as vegan if it's not also cruelty-free. That confuses me too. Isn't the whole point of being vegan to cause no harm to animal life? Qualified! That's the first time I've qualified on that map. I think. It contradicts itself. Yeah, exactly. Your guess is if the product is vegan, the natural assumption is that it's cruelty-free, but you wouldn't actually know if it is or not. Yeah, the thing is that there are certification processes to go through, and like if you're going to go through the certification process to guarantee that your product is vegan, you know, why wouldn't you also go through the certification product to guarantee that your product is cruelty-free? Because the whole point is that it needs to be both. You can't have a vegan product that's not cruelty-free. It's not truly a vegan product in that case. Like another one that confused me is I knew somebody once who claimed to be vegan, but they also ate fish. And I'm like, fish are animals. And their response to me was, but fish are okay because they don't have souls. I'm like, okay, first of all, how the fuck do you know fish don't have souls? And second of all, my pet betta fish has more soul than some humans I've met. The actual question would be, is the product actually vegan or not? If it's not also cruelty-free, it is not a vegan product, in my opinion. But that's only my opinion, and what would I know? I'm just a marshmallow cream cat. Fish is not vegan. Fish is not vegan. This person that claimed to be vegan but also ate fish was, I don't know. They had some wild ideas. Hit. There are some, you want to know if you made a social faux pas on something and need some advice? Sure, Madge. There are people who do eat fish, not with the same ideals as the person who said, but fishes don't have souls thing. I mean, if not having a soul is a reason to eat something, I should start eating Republicans. Don't eat Republicans, they're the worst kind of junk food. Yeah, you're right. I don't think I need the food poisoning. A streamer you saw was playing Cyberpunk 2077. They're a nice person. You asked if they were aware of the allegations that the game promotes transphobia, and if they weren't, would they like a competent source on the issue? Your message was deleted and you're automatically timed out for 10 minutes. Are you the asshole here? I don't think you were the asshole there. I would absolutely want to know if there were allegations against the developers of a game like that I was streaming. But, you know, your mileage will vary with other streamers. And I would not have timed you out for that. I would have said, I would absolutely like you to send me the link on the Discord, and if the allegations are credible, I will not stream the game further. And I think that the streamer in question should have addressed that with you, or had a bot on a timer saying, I've heard of the allegations, and if they prove credible, I will not stream the game, but please do not interrupt my stream for it today. Yeah, those allegations came out a while ago. There were some allegations against the developers, and I personally, upon looking into it, found the allegations credible. When I looked at the actual information on it. However, I really want my Rapidash. I haven't caught one yet. However, I can see if there were a lot of people saying the same thing, that it could be a problem. But again, I would not have an automatic delete and timeout set up for something like that. I would instead have a bot that would auto-respond to people saying things like that, so that I didn't have to address it directly. Now, granted, I haven't looked into it in quite a while. The allegations may have been disproven, but at the time that I looked into it, I found the allegations credible. You're feeling sleepy and your boyfriend doesn't want you to push yourself. Good night, and remember, you're awesome. Be cool. Don't be a dick, and for the ever love of God, let the politics take a goddamn chill pill. Good night, Rose Thrills, and I agree with everything you said. I hope you have a good rest and have a good day. I have a couple of medical appointments tomorrow, so I may or may not stream tomorrow. But, if I do, I will see you then, and if not, I'll see you next time. You get a good rest now. I'm probably going to wrap up after this set of courses anyway. I'm starting to feel a little bit tired myself, and I'm starting to need another washroom break. So I think that'll be a good... Do I want you to heat up the oven for dinner? I'm not quite hungry yet. I'm actually feeling a little nauseous right now. I took some Gravol a little earlier in the stream, and it's not really helping. Although that may be why I'm starting to feel a little tired. But if you're hungry, you can absolutely heat it up anyway, and because I probably should. It's been it's been almost 5 hours. I probably should eat something, even if I'm not really feeling up to it. I've got to think about the little bun in the oven after all. Hang on, which one? Follow it like a maze. That one. Follow it like a maze. Okay. In the middle to there. Was not correct. That one. Okay. There's something new. Let's see. Okay, it starts in the middle and goes that one. That one. No. Damn. Sorry for asking. You want to make sure you're covering my food needs for said bun in the oven. Yeah, it's been a while since we ate, so I probably should have something anyway. And I just got eliminated from this round, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up anyway. As soon as I've collected my rewards here. All right. Let me... Let's see. See who's online to raid. Use the raid message. Ooh. Got a couple of people online that might be fun today. Let me just shut down my tracking so that my computer will run properly. Shell is online. So I will send her the raid because I like to send the raid to people that I know personally. And everybody stay safe, Stay healthy, stay happy. Most importantly of all, stay weird. I'll see you next time. And have a good night.